Hiyo, J-Speed, thanks for the resub, Tequila! You're celebrating your 114th mod anniversary. You were so cool. Debatable.
What's up, J-Speed? How we doing today? Alright, getting Kerbal launched a little bit early today. Well, in terms of stream time, I guess. Jedi Master Onka Lupe? You realize Onka Lupe is a Star Wars name, right? Works better if you turn the sound on?
That's what she said. Oh, or will say in a few weeks.
Kilo, not too bad. Tequila. Hey, I could make it worse. I could say you could put a sign on your front door that says "Welcome to the Tequila Pretzel Factory, where we make pretzels." Tequila, it's just fun to give you a hard time. All right, welcome back, everybody, for episode 4 of our heavily modded Kerbal 1/4 real skill Kareer. And I need to turn the music down slightly. Where is it? Come here. There we go. All right, Kerbal is loading up, as you can see. There you go, Tequila. Now you're getting into the spirit of things. I'm wearing external tank orange today. Yeah, actually, I guess I am, huh? ET orange. So, J-Speed, man, what have you been up to? Have you been able to play anything, or are you still, begrudgingly not able to get any a solo time in? Could be worse. Delta for 3 nights in a row. I indulged her the first 2 nights. The last night I did not indulge her. Has woken me up at midnight, or near midnight, for a midnight rodeo where she would just wants me to take her out and just let her go to the park and just let her go run like a maniac. Because it's been so hot during the day, she's not getting her usual amount of exercise. So now she wants to go at midnight. A little bit of Red Dead 2 and some Hades 2. I don't know what Hades 2 is. I've always been meaning to get back to Red Dead 2 again, and I just haven't. Playing off a handheld stream from a PC in the bathroom. I'm assuming that's the resident statement. In the bathroom. Yeah, it's like, what room are they least likely to look for me in? Now go there. All voice lines, nice. That's like another game I need to get back to is Baldur's Gate 3. Like everything is voiced. And everything is voiced incredibly well. Hence why it won all kinds of awards. You know, it basically dominated all the voice acting awards. You know what's funny is they actually upped the release date of Baldur's Gate 3 because they didn't want to have to compete with Starfield. Right? And it was on such another level from Starfield. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong, Starfield's a good game. It's not a great game, but it's a good game. But it's like 2 generations behind if you compare it to Baldur's Gate 3. Or even like Cyberpunk 2077. Which is another game I've been wanting to get back to.
Shit, man, too many games.
All right. Yep, you're going to see me yawned again a lot today because Delta keeps waking me up at midnight to go for a midnight rodeo. All right, so we have a spy satellite that we built, which is the wrong one for the contract, but we can complete other contracts with it, so we're going to relaunch it. I had the staging incorrect. So the film canister could not deorbit, so we'll have to do that again. Gabe, welcome back. Work Zoom call. Well, those aren't that much fun. All right, so what are you guys up to today? You guys at work? You guys playing games? Driving to or from somewhere? Hopefully you just have me on voice. Centurion, how we doing today, man? Watching me and Babylon 5. You know, I've never actually watched that. All right, so this won't complete our spy mission. However, it will complete some other ones that we have, right, for our first orbit and return. I had this in a miss stage by accident. So we have fixed that, and so we're going to launch this again. Mr. Imp, watching lots of Python coding videos to gear up for your KSP run. Oh, that's right. You're going to try to automate everything. Good luck.
Brandon!
Howdy, man.
Howdy, man!
Brandon, thank you so much, man, for the resub. Appreciate it. Societies, how we doing? Tired? Yep, same. All right, let's get this set. I keep forgetting to add cameras because I think we have them unlocked. Guidance is go. Corona KH1 is go. Thor is go. We need a go, no go from chat. Brandon, nope, I never even logged in. And I like how they're now starting to do like real reputation rewards, like ships, at least with the new mining character in Nyx. So we'll see how that goes. So far, 4.9 is an improvement over 4.8, but there's still a lot of broken shit apparently. Anyway, we are go for launch. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, main into start. 2, 1, send it. Again, we are going south. All right, 1 minute into flight. We're now 9 kilometers downrange distance from the KSE, passing an altitude of 10 kilometers. All right, we are now supersonic. And climbing towards space. And when you're going south, you actually kind of go southwest because you have to counteract the rotational inertia of Kerbin. All right, 1 minute, 50 seconds into the flight. We're now 45 kilometers downrange distance from the KSE, passing an altitude of 40 kilometers. right, we had good stage separation. All right, today I think we're gonna aim for a 200-kilometer orbit. All right, 3 minutes, 15 seconds into flight. We're now 215 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 90 kilometers. All right, approaching orbital velocity. Zico. All right, so now we're gonna coast for a little over 13 minutes as we need to do a small periapsis raise maneuver. I am Steve. Is this the scale of it's 1/4 real scale? So Kerbin here is 2.7 times larger than stock, which makes it almost exactly 1/4 the size of the Earth. Right, and then celestial distances between bodies is 5.4 times greater than stock. So Moon is 5.4 times further away from Kerbin than stock, which makes it 1/4 the Earth-Moon distance. Yep, we lost comms, so our satellite's gonna flip ass over tea kettle. As we continue to coast up. Yeah, Brandon, the new mission giver for Star Citizen, I guess you can earn all the mining ships through reputation alone. All right, let's fix our attitude here. Now that we have control again. Let's see who we're talking to. All right, so we might lose comms again. All right, let's see where we get it back. We do not yet have a comm network up, so. Yeah, Brandon, I have a feeling that that means other mission givers, as they come online, will be somewhat similar. Like, I already saw that a lot of people are hoping for some type that once bounty hunting actually comes in, it'll be something similar where you'll be able to reward it, bounty hunting ships. All right, we passed our apoapsis. Where is our next comms? Check in. I still need to find a sun flare. Uh-oh. We're going a really long way without comms. There we go. Actually, I'm gonna flip this retrograde. I forgot about that. All right, we finally have comms. Now we're in a stable orbit. A highly eccentric orbit, but we're in orbit. Not highly eccentric, but fairly eccentric. I know it's black. Of course it's black, where we can't see anything. Deploy that. All right, activate camera. Well, we won't be able to see anything. All right, let's go ahead and perform mapping surveillance over the grasslands. All right, so we spent our shot. All right, so now I just need to make sure we come down in the water. So we have an SRB for the to bring back the film canister for the retro burn for the film canister, but I don't know exactly how much Delta V is in it. Well, I have an idea of how much Delta V is in it, but I just don't know how much it's going to affect our orbit for it to come back. And of course, we have lost the signal again. All right, reacquisition of signal. Here's where we are. The blue line obviously indicates where we're going. So we're over the pole. So let's use this as a reference. We're literally over the North Pole right now, hence the camera spinning around. All right, I'm actually going to go ahead and separate this. The staging. All right, let's go ahead and release the film canister. Oh, actually, before we do that, hold on. Let's recharge. Let's make sure we're full up on electrical charge first. But we're going to start the monoprop fuel cell. Making sure our charge is good. All right, stop the fuel cell. All right, now we can go ahead and stage. And let's bring back the film canister. That's gonna be a hard re-entry. That is steep. All right, so let's see how this re-enters. So the nose is actually a heat shield. I know we're facing retrograde, but it should flip over once we actually have atmospheric interface. All right, we're back in the atmosphere. This should flip over on its own, slowly, and then it'll be a little wobbly. TMMDO, what's going on, my friend? How we doing today? Can I just call you Dio for short? And there we go. There's our start of our flip. You'll notice that I rarely will ever use like SAS or anything else to lock to retrograde. I let aerodynamics and physics do it. I always try to have, you know, in my re-entry vessels, they'll, no matter what their orientation is when they hit the atmosphere, they will eventually orientate retrograde on their own. We were much further south than I was intending, but it's all right. Gotta love the bow shock and plasma trail. All right, falling through 40 kilometers altitude. This is where we're really going to start decelerating. We're still traveling at over 3,600 meters per second. Right. Mach 11.4. A blader is a blading. We're up to 2 Gs of deceleration. Yeah, the SRB is getting hot. All right, falling through 20 kilometers altitude. We're still over 2,800 meters per second. Mach 9. I said there's going to be a steeper re-entry than I would have liked, but... All right, 13 kilometers altitude, Mach 6. And we're at 5.5 Gs deceleration. Mach 3. Falling through 6 kilometers altitude. Mach 1.5. Subsonic. Problem is we have no control. We have no signal. So I have no way to activate the parachute. So we have to make sure we come down somewhere where we know we have comms. We don't have a comm network up yet. was hoping we'd have. That's why I didn't want to come down this far south. So boink. The film's gonna dissolve into the ocean water. All right, back to Space Center. Oh, Centurion. That's more. How we doing? And that's I mostly do it to just showcase that you can just do it through aerodynamic stability, because nearly everybody I've seen that streams Kerbal, everybody locks SAS to retrograde for re-entry. Like everybody. All right, world first milestones. It still gave us the credit for it. We just didn't get any science from it, from the experiment itself. All right, we returned to the surface from orbit. Orbit a probe and return it safely home. Reach orbit and return uncrewed. That was the big contract that I wanted to get through. All right, and new strategies available. Local Science 2. All right, speaking of, we can have 2 strategies active now, so... It makes Axonauts really expensive. Nope. Plus 15% to boldly go, plus 15%, 15,000 funds when science transmitted recover from new biomes. Maybe. Or local science 2, plus bonus 50% science to bonus to KSC science, 25% bonus to Kerbin science. Setup cost is 15 grand. Yeah, let's take that. So we have local science 1. Now we're gonna go to local science 2. And we still have room to be able to add another one. Probe frenzy. Cost to launch crewed vessels increased by plus 100%, plus 4% science from probe transmitters. I don't know if I want that. What is free ice cream? Ooh, reputation given is lost when strategy is deactivated. You would have to keep this active forever. What's Media Circus? What is Pilot Focus? Plus 50% rewards to survey tourism, perform business flight, perform tourist group flight, perform service flight, perform charter flight, and perform commercial flight contracts when a pilot is present. I like that, actually. That would make those airplane flights much more viable, which we're not ready for just yet, so I think we're a hold before adding another biome. Or I can add this one and just deactivate it. Yeah, let's go to Boldly Go for now. That way there's something there for a while. All right, let's go ahead and warp a couple days for cleanup. Happy fried eggs. Yep, happy fried eggs. Happy Friday. That's a turn. So you basically have the atmospheric pressure is the pre-release, right, of the parachute. And then the hard altitude is it pops that chute out, and it's radar altimeter, right? Not barometric altimeter. Right. The other one by pressure, it's basically barometric, but that's the pre-release. So even if you don't hit the pre-release, but you hit the barometric altitude, I mean the hard radar altitude, it'll still deploy. Right, to give you an idea of how high it is, put a barometer on and just go view data or whatever the heck it is, and it'll give you a live reading of the barometric pressure to give you an idea of where you actually want the pre-release to be. But yeah, you don't want it to open too fast though, because it bye-bye. Unless you have it to where it only deploy when not risky. Yeah, and some chutes open up real slow. Yeah, that is true. Yeah, so the drogue chutes I usually set to the barometer to usually 0.3 to 0.35. Right, and they're hard opening at like 2,500 to 3 kilometers. And then full chutes, I usually have them open at a barometric pressure of 0.68 to 0.7. Right, for the pre-release. And then a hard altitude opening of 600 to 1,000 meters. Depending on how much mass they're bringing back and where I'm landing. On Kerbin, I usually set to like 600 meters. It seems low, but you have to remember, it's still like 2,300 feet. If you're using feet. Right, 600 meters, that's where the space shuttle puts landing gear down. Alright, we still have to do the KH4 to get this one. Crewed milestones, reach the upper atmosphere. Alright, let's take that one. Alright, before more experience around the KSC, we'll take that. Biome study over Kerbin's Highlands, which aren't that far away. Experiment target scanning. I don't know what experiment that one is. Oh, okay, that one's to be landed. That one's flying low. That one's flying high. We'll think about that one. All right, so I think Blue Dog now has X-15 parts. So let's have a look. I haven't used real chutes in a long time. I used to use it, and then I just got tired of having to set everything up all the time. Okay, that's camera. That's the engine. Horizontal stabilizer. A wing. We even have a tandem cockpit. All right, there's the nose. Nose gear. Why does it have wheels? Interesting. All right, you choose left and right side instead of... Yeah, Alpha, I'm noticing that it's like everything for the X-15. Scientific, no, this is the X-15, which set the stage for so many things with the space program. Oh, Delta Wing version. Linux! What's up, Linux, my friend? How we doing? Scientific? Yeah, well, this figured out a lot of the stuff that, the scientists didn't know. This is probably the best X-15 model, though, I've seen for Kerbal. This is pretty crazy. Problem is, we can't launch it with anything yet, because this is clearly looks like it's designed to be dropped, which is the way the real X-15 was. Let's do a history lesson. So, Mr. Linux, what are we doing, man? How are we doing today? Yeah, and the X-15 wasn't just an aircraft. It was like a full, like, program. Right? And it's still the fastest. Well, no, I guess technically if you count... The Space Shuttle was the first one. It actually kind of exceeded it, if you consider it wings. But they didn't even realize until after the fact that a couple of the pilots for the X-15 went to space. Like, they crossed the Kármán line. In fact, there's even the movie First Man with Ryan Gosling starts out with him as Buzz Aldrin flying the X-15. So if you're not aware, Buzz Aldrin helped design the X-15 and was also one of the test pilots. And it was dropped from a B-52. That's how long the B-52 has been flying, just FYI. I gotta mute this real quick. Oh, we don't have any sound with this. But it was carried under the wing of a B-52. But yeah, they flew up over Mach 6. It was a pretty bonkers program at the time. Nice car? What do you mean, Tequila? What are you talking about? You mean this thing? Chief! How we doing today, Chief? Yeah, we were to fit the BT2, the hyperdrive. I know, right? Alpha, no, we don't have the parts unlocked yet. We'll have to figure out another way to launch this thing. Not to mention the fact we'd lose one of the aircraft. That's the problem with aircraft launching anything in KSP. Is you're gonna lose one of the aircraft as soon as one goes out of whichever one you're not controlling. When it goes out of physics range, the game deletes. I gotta look up the Cobalt's or the wiki and see if there's anything on the X-15 in here. Yep, X-15 spaceplane. There it is. And all of its different configurations. All right, guys, give me a couple of minutes. Let me check something real fast. I'm back. My sister went shopping today, and I thought I might have heard her come back to help her unload real fast, but nope. Yeah, Natsu, yes, he literally wrote the book. Cheat getting ready to leave in 2 days. You excited? Oh, that goes on the top. That's right. It just goes on the top and bottom. Yes, it's a different variant. Nope. Oh, I don't want these to deploy automatically. I have a feeling these are going to auto-deploy. Oh, I guess not if they're staged. No, they're not staged. They won't. This can't be the right one. Oh, he even did the pylon to connect it to an aircraft. Or a carrier aircraft. Okay, there we go. Does that not look like it's on there right? Yeah, there were several different versions of this. To include external fuel tanks, like all kinds of stuff. How viable this will be, I don't know. Yeah, I can get rid of this one. Unless it's the wrong one. Is that why it doesn't look right? Hold on.
That is a gorgeous X-15. Recently released mod.
The one Galen, thank you so much, man, for 43 months. Actually, believe it or not, it's part of Blue Dog. It's part of Blue Dog Design Bureau. It's a fixed vertical stabilizer. Aha, that's okay. That's why. That's why it didn't look right. Yeah, and this one I think gets ejected. This one gets ejected. Oh, yep. Okay. Is it that one or... that way? I think it's that way. Yeah, the recoverable ventral fin on the bottom. Okay. Oh, these are already preset. Nice. That window doesn't need to be reversed. Okay. All right, we're gonna call it the KX-15. Yeah, and it has all the parts. Like as I said, including the pylon to attach it to something else, its own custom pylon. It has all the different all the other variants, even ones that weren't built. Some of them we don't have unlocked yet, but Natsmore, yeah. It is. Anytime I use it, it never fails to impress. All right, I gotta take that off. I don't know how a skid's gonna work in Kerbal. I really don't. Generally speaking, not so well. And we can't drop this from another airplane, at least not yet. And even when we do, I gotta figure out. The problem is that one of the aircraft will be lost. All right, we're gonna throw Valentina in this, and we're gonna call this a simulation ahead of time because I don't know what's gonna happen. We'll find out. With the landing, this is not meant to take off from a runway. Just up front, like the landing gear in the wrong position for that. It was meant for, you know, landing in the sand, basically in the sand at Edwards Air Force Base. Right, even in real life, it had to be dropped from another aircraft. I said, Kerbal Physics makes dropping from another aircraft. You can do it. Problem is, as soon as the two aircraft get outside of physics range of each other, whichever one you're not controlling, the game deletes. And when I say deletes, like if there's Kerbals on board, they're gone too. Right? It's the same as it, you know, smashing into the ground. All right, let's see what happens. I doubt we can take off. Yep, that's about what I expected to happen. Alpha, yeah, that's what I was thinking. Or something like that. I don't really have any good SRBs unlocked yet. Just out of curiosity. Okay, so it does have the possibility of doing it that way. Okay. don't think we have a rocket though can lift 6.5, or they can lift 6 tons. I'm certain we don't have any way of lifting 6 tons yet. NASA, yeah, well, they didn't know what they were really building, and so they built the shit out of it. Scientific, that's kind of the direction I'm going. Problem is, we haven't really unlocked anything yet that can do it. That's the tandem cockpit. And then we also have a drone core. To launch it uncrewed. We're gonna have to sit on this for a while. I have to say, though, the modeling on this is insane. We never even looked at the IVA. Gotta do that. Gotta look at the IVA at least, right? And let's go look in the R&D and see what we got. If you're not aware, the B-52 predates all the modern space program. Which is what carried this. I think the first iteration of B-52 is 1954 and 1956 when it went into service. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. They borrowed the Mark I cockpit. A little too literally. Yeah, so the IVA is basically borrowed directly from the Mark I cockpit. I was hoping it would have a custom IVA, but it doesn't. What a letdown. I'm kidding. That's because IVAs are a pain in the ass. Well, we have a really cool KX-15. So we do have a KX-1. What is... I'm trying to remember what the X2... kind of looked like. Been a while since I've looked at the X2. Also not a very attractive plane. Like all the X-planes, dude, we learned so much from the X-plane program. Look at this thing, the Bell X-22. This thing actually flew. Using huge ducted fans. Like, I mean, there's a lot of things that we look at today and we're like, oh man, that's amazing. And you're not realizing we did that shit 40, 50, 60 years ago as well. Before all the electronics and software and everything else. All right, so we're gonna have to make our own rendition of an X2. We're gonna ditch these landing gear though, man. I can't do these landing gear again. Basically, we're gonna start over. Yeah, no monoprop. Probably don't need snacks either. I'll leave 5 on board. Alright, we're gonna rename this to X2 Alpha. We need something that can go high altitude from the runway, basically. What's our science? All right, save that. We need to go take a look in the R&D anyway. I was thinking about seeing about that X-15 to go for the high altitude part of what we need to do, but we need we need some way to be able to, a better way to be able to launch it. But we're skipping ahead in the X program, so let's go ahead and see about doing an X2. I'm purposely trying to not unlock survivability because it unlocks the Gemini capsule, as you can see here. All right, but basic science. Yeah, this gives us the Science Junior and all that stuff. All right, so let's go ahead and unlock that. 412 grand for everything in here. Oof. Oof. Well, let's face it, there's a lot in there. But But I want a science junior to be part of the fuselage of our X2. And that's more, yeah, it's, yeah. We're gonna do the fuselage, not too dissimilar how we did the X1. Oh, payload, dumbass. Oops. Alright, you know how far I could shove that in there. Now, engines is going to be an issue. Maybe not. None if I use the LR-79. But it's going to be a little bit overkill. What engine did I use on the X1? What engine did I use over here? Kicking Hood? That's you, right, Pancake? Yeah, it was a literal quadricopter before quadricopters are a real thing. The Vanguard. I did use the Vanguard engine for that one. Okay. All right, I have another idea. Maybe not use that, and instead use that and go this route instead. This way no tanks are actually clipping each other. We can just straight use these wings, which I rarely use hardly anymore. And that's what, yeah, exactly. So, Pancake, how does it look on YouTube? What's your been your experience with watching a stream on YouTube? Other than I have to look somewhere else, and I gotta train myself to look somewhere else to see that someone's chatted. I still haven't trained myself to that yet. Those are a bit much. Not the part I'm looking for. I know, I was gonna make everything so complicated. I'd rather have this further forward, but yeah, Pancake, I stopped the enhanced broadcasting with Twitch. The enhanced broadcasting is basically, instead of Twitch doing the encoding to give viewers multiple resolutions to choose from, right? It puts the burden on the streamer, the processing power on the streamer. So I was broadcasting in basically everything from 140 all the way up to 1080p, right? And all the different resolutions in between. And that was bogging down the encoder part of my video card. I had to turn that off because now I'm also I'm doing 1080p 60 to Twitch and 1080p 60 to YouTube, and trying to do all of that with the different resolutions to Twitch. Not very well. If I still had a streaming PC, it'd be fine. Right, but I'm streaming from a single PC, so everything has to be done all here. Well, J-Speed, it's Friday. You get to sleep in tomorrow.
Maybe.
I might have to do this backwards. Maybe. All right, steering disabled for these. I mounted them to these just so they're square. Crap. Did not mean to do that. All right, I want us to be slightly nose high, so when we're sitting on the ground. All right. Comms and battery. All right, and our other science experiments. Don't even know if this will fly yet, and we're already adding, final touches. It'll fly. It's gonna want to really nose down a lot. I should kind of like it like that. All right. All right, that'll work for now. So let's go ahead and action group that. Crew report's already there. Observe the materials bay. Observe the goo. Log temperature data. Log pressure data. And by that point, we won't need to worry about closing this up. We won't be too worried about aerodynamics. I can close it manually if necessary at that point. All right, custom 1 is going to be shut down engine, lock gimbal. Custom 2 is going to be toggle deploy for flaps. Yep, that's what I thought. Watch them when we put on us on a runway, they'll end up reversing again. Now these are starting to get further back from the center of mass. By the way, for flaps to work, they need to be almost on top of the center of mass. If they're behind the center of mass like this, they're going to affect the pitch. They become elevators instead of flaps. So we'll keep an eye on that. We may have to angle the wings out by another 15 degrees. Right. For whatever reason, Kerbal, when you do these preset wing pieces, which is why you don't use them all that often, for whatever reason, Kerbal puts the center of lift way back out here. In reality, it would be up here. All right, let's save it. And who's going to crew this thing? Valentina. What in the Jado hell am I working on? Our X2, Brooklyn Kofer. What's going on, Brooklyn? How we doing? All right, if you're just joining us, what we're doing here is we're making our KX2, our experimental airplane number 2, for high altitude flight. For a contract, we have to put a Kerbal in the high altitude flight. this could still sit a lot lower, but we're good. All right. Let's see how this is going to work. As I said, our center of lift is much further back than what I typically like. Much further back. Oh, wait. Why are these doing that? Because I didn't turn these off. Alright, so that's something we'll have to fix when we get back in, as I forgot to set some of these correctly. Oh, that needs to come forward some, that's alright. Alright, in the interim, let's see how this thing is gonna fly. Alright. Beta Rock, what's up, man? Beta Rock, they tried to launch it yesterday, but it scrubbed right at 0. The earliest they'll be able to, they have to swap out a couple of engines. So the earliest new flight date will be sometime next week. Monday? Wow, that means they're making people work through the weekend. All right. You guys ready for this? Here we go. In 3, 2, 1, send it. Goal is high altitude. All right, Mach 1 in a 60-degree climb. Now, I like the shot cone intake, the shot cone effects. There's Mach 1.5. And shut down. And we are flying high. So let's grab our science. All right, let's go ahead and close that back up. Set navigation back for the KSC. We don't have a whole lot of aerodynamic control up here. Oh, you guys are supposed to gimbal lock. Mach 1 in a dive. All right, come on. Get that nose up. Yeah, it only does the the shot cone when you're in the transonic regime, which is pretty cool. Oh, we're gonna be hauling ass. I forgot to get screenshots of our X2 in action. Alright, I'm gonna side slip us here in this dive to bring our speed down. We're going wicked fast. Alright, get us down below 200 knots. You're supposed to be gimbal locked. It's still moving around. Oh, I left the brakes on? That was dumb. But hey, that was near perfect. Nice. I like this plane. It's actually better. It's actually not that bad looking, right? I've seen better. Hey, for what we have unlocked, this is not bad. All right, new strategies available. And reach upper atmosphere crewed. Contract complete. Mission success. We're one step closer to being able to put the first Kerbal into space. All right, let's go ahead and recover that. I want to fly it again, though. That was pretty... I want to track it a little bit better. It is a very Kerbal plane. That is for certain. Hey, sometimes those turn out the best. Like, hey, what parts do I got? Let's slap something together. J-Speed, don't tell me you've never done that while cooking. Got in the kitchen? Okay, what can we make today? And just slap shit together that wasn't on the menu. I do it all the time. All right, we brought back 45 science. Very, very nice. All right. Valentina got a Research 2 ribbon. Now this did not, it went up because it's got a lot of fuel, but it did not go very fast. When you do it, it never goes well. Really? Mine usually come out better than expected. All right, let's go ahead and warp a day for cleanup. We do got to make some changes, small changes to that aircraft. Yeah, it's not nice to make something
very, very tasty.
Speaking of, when my sister comes back from shopping today, she's bringing back canes. So I'll be stuffing my face with some canes later. Alright, so these got to get deactivated from that. These should be roll only. There we go. These are pitch only, right? Correct. And authority limiter all the way up. Alright, that's gonna be slightly repositioned. Alright, and we're gonna raise the landing gear a notch. A little bit of refinement. And I'm fairly certain we don't have aviation lights or any of that stuff yet unlocked. Of course not. Why are aviation lights so far up the tech tree? Anyway. I was gonna add a drogue chute, and we really don't have any chutes because they're in survivability, and survivability unlocks Jiminy, which I'm not ready for yet. Alright, Jeb's turn to fly the X2. So we don't have a contract for this one. We're just gonna get a little bit of extra science off of the goo and the Science Junior. And I want some better screenshots. Same reason ladders are so far up the tech tree? Yeah, I guess so. If you think about it, I mean, the stock tech tree, you're making rockets before you make airplanes.
Make that make sense.
Well, I guess technically speaking, rockets actually, even in the, we actually did launch rockets as fireworks, right, before we had airplanes. And we had balloons before we had airplanes. All right, instead of just going so Valentina went for altitude. Jeb is going to go for we're going to go into a slightly less steep climb and try to get more speed. All right, last time we just basically pulled up to 60 degrees and held it. This time we're going to go to 45 and see what we get. All right, so without further ado, all right, Jeb, punch it. Release the brakes this time, though. I didn't do that last time. Hey, stop pulling up. Alright, we're now supersonic. Alright, passing 10,000 meters altitude. Mach 1.73. Still not as fast as I was hoping for. But we did still get high altitude. Not quite as high as Valentina. We might have to try a 30-degree climb. Oh, why so many gimbals? You got a gimbal for each axis. Okay. I do like the vapor cones. I like that effect. And this time we're gonna land without the wheel brakes on. That could have been all bad. We did go further out this time, so we're gonna be able to do a few S-turns to help slow us down a little bit. Instead of the massive side slip, which is still an option. Because we are still not slowing down. Alright, give me a minute. Alright, my sister just got back, so we're gonna land it. And then I gotta go help unload real quick. Maybe we should have landed with the wheels. Why are we rolling? Why does it want to roll? Needs a drogue chute. But all right, there we go. We're down. We're safe. Yay! We forgot to get our science. All right, guys, give me a couple minutes. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back and I got food. Thank you for your patience. Oh, Pancake, you ran a few of the new missions last night, and how is 4.9? Is it smooth? All right. Or smoother, I should say. Oh yeah. I gotta go get ketchup though. Oh yeah. Up that way. I gotta go get a cup of ketchup. Alright, so one more moment. Big Pappy Clint, how we doing? We need a Detroit mod. If you leave the vehicle like this for too long, you come back and the vehicle's stripped and on blocks. That would be pretty funny. All right, 1 second. This I won't be that gone that long this time. back. I brought a visitor. Here, you want french fry? You want french fry? You gotta earn it. You gotta earn it. No? Okay. You don't want my french fries? Seriously? Okay, dog. So picky sometimes, this dog. Alright. Is YouTube locked up? What's the deal? Alright, I need to salt the fries a little bit. Okay. Yep, I'm gonna eat. So what are you guys eating? Because I'm starving. I haven't eaten yet today at all. And it's 2 in the afternoon. I'm hungry. I'm hungry. Yes. Alright. We forgot to get science. We're gonna grab some here. We forgot to get it in flight, but that's alright. Let's go ahead and recover this. Well, and Delta's running off on me. Delta does not like me streaming. Mostly because I'm not the center of her world when I'm streaming. Or she's not the center of my world when I'm streaming. Something like that. Alright, 15.6 science anyway. Just from the runway. Alright, Jeb got a research 2 ribbon. Oh, and we had experiments around the KSC that was a partial anyway, so good to go there. Oh. Alright, cross the Carmen line. Crude. Let's accept that contract. However, we gotta come up with some type of we need something to be able to recover a crew from the water. We've already built the vehicle. The vehicle's ready to go. We tested it even. Alright, we have a Mercury Redstone that is ready to go. Rocky, how we doing? Naps more. Okay, you just fine for you? Okay, good to know. Oh. I forgot to add Mr. J Speed as a moderator on YouTube. That's all right. We don't have enough people there to really worry about it yet. All right. Oh, I got a plastic fork. Okay. So, we need more French fries. We're gonna need a way to be able to recover a Kerbal from the water. From up to 200 kilometers away. Alright, so we're doing full manual recovery. In this career, I don't want to wait until we get all this stuff unlocked. Because you're already like halfway through the tech tree by the time you get all of that. So, I'd like to do it by helicopter, if possible. Or a simple seaplane. I hate when I drop the fries in the ketchup, or they break off in the ketchup. That bugs me. Okay, you can tell I'm hungry because I'm just going. All right. We have the command chairs unlocked, Joe. Though, that is the question. Oh. It does not appear so. Where are those? Oh, yep, no, there they are. The external command seats. Oh, by the way, if you're hungry, feel free to get food and join me in your eating, you know, while kerbling. Because I'm not going to stop eating. Look at that. Look at that chicken tender. Look how fat that thing is. Gotta dip it in the sauce. Not ketchup. Dipped in my ketchup by accident. I'm wondering if we can make a helicopter that can fly that far. I think I'm gonna use the other. Cockpit for this. Alright, so we're gonna set up the extra crew members in the back. And then we pick up. Alright, I'm gonna do the junior fuel tank. Which is 200 liquid fuel. I'm thinking we're gonna have to make this an airplane. Even if I could make a helicopter this early that could fly that far, it would not be a pleasant flight. Right, because an early helo is not gonna be able to fly very far. I mean, fast. And do we even have the boat? I mean, the boat. The, float parts. We do. Right, we do have the floats. We can't make it a seaplane. Alright, what helicopter engines do we have? Yeah, I don't. Yeah, we only have like the little Maverick engine, which is meant for like a little bitty, like Bell 206 Jet Ranger style, or like an MD 500 style air helicopter. Nothing that's gonna be able to lift this weight, this mass. All right, which means seaplane. Which is probably better anyway. All right, how many of you guys have made your own seaplanes? Just out of curiosity. Yeah, she was here until she realized I was still streaming. And then she wasn't here because I wasn't focused on her. She's a very demanding canine. Center of mass is much further forward than I thought. How much does this cockpit weigh? I think that's one of the issues I have with Kerbal is sometimes the cockpits would just weigh way too much. They're way too heavy. Oh, the 100 snacks on board? No wonder. Like this Fuel Tech Junior weighs 1.125 tons, but the cockpit weighs just under 1 ton. It probably weighs around a ton when Kerbal's on board. So this cockpit weighs just as much as the fuel tank. That makes no sense. So, you know, I'm not the only one that spoils that dog. Alright. Actually, you know what? If we're gonna go this route, let's go with the full Monty fuel tank. Because at some point we're gonna need the extra range anyway. These are maybe too long. Yeah, there's no maybe about it. They absolutely are. Need a better look at some seaplanes. Pontoon route might just be better. Problem is how Kerbal handles landing in the water. There's no water tension, so you can't glide across the surface of the water. You kind of dig in pretty hard. So if you use a pontoon style like this, right, you're sitting really high, so you have a very high moment of rotation when you hit the water, and odds are you're gonna blink and ass over tea kettle in the water, right, with this style. So this style is more viable for KSP because of how it handles water physics. You have buttered toast and a fried egg. Well, I'm sorry. Could be worse. Speaking of, I need another piece of chicken. Differs without a distinction. All right. I am. Really want to do that because it does affect lift. Yeah, we can live with that. All right, let's finish the wing here. All right, engines. I have an early turboprop unlocked yet. We have the Hurricane, which is sure. Oh my god. What size engines are those? Jeez Louise. How much do those things weigh? That was oh, 2.7 tons. Holy spokes. That is massive.
That's what she said, Giggity.
These are vintage heavy propeller engines. Delta, come here. Delta. Come here, rodent. Come here, rodent. Want this? You gotta earn it. You gotta earn it. A spoiled rat, dude. You are spoiled rotten. Eating, dude, so get your booty in there. Good girl. Oh, good girl. Oh, Delta's back for food tax. That's what we call it when the dogs go around after you're eating, when you're eating, and they collect the food tax. Alright, so we have the Cat turboprop engine. The K235 Rotomax is the poor Kerbals turboprop. Whoever says that there is only one engine in the .625 bulkhead turbo class clearly does not acknowledge the utility of this cheap, reliable engine. I don't think there's enough engines, period, of this size. What? You scared the hell out of me, dog. I'll leave this on. Where are we at in our naming convention here? For airplanes. Right, this is only our third actual airplane. Well, not actual airplane, but well, we have a few rocket planes. Alright, so this is going to be the KP-3. I need a name. What's a good name for a seaplane? Pelican? Grandster, how we doing? The Whale? Not big enough. It's still a pretty small plane. The Minnow? We called it the Minnow. We would have to play the Gilligan's Island theme song every time we flew it. Alright, and then I gotta do the thing with the wings. The dolphin, the seagull, the face palm. You want to call it the face palm? Let's do seagull. I like it. All right, now it's also got to be able to land on land, so it's going to need landing gear. might have to use these. All right, let's take it for a test flight. Valentina's up in the rotation. Oh, hold on. We forgot to do action groups. All right, save it and send it. Well, I saw Brandon. It was a correction, so I... Our Branster. I was just having fun with it. That's an easy fix. Our main gear are just slightly too far forward. They need to be further back. All right. And of course, these flip around again. Oh, it's not 3, it's 0. All right, flight testing and waterborne testing. thing is really not gonna fly fast. Wow. Maybe I should have made a helicopter. Helicopter would fly faster. Good Lord. Seriously? That's all you got? We might have to go 1.25 meter engines. Wow. This is as fast as it goes. Don't even need flaps. All she has to do is stick her hand out the window. It's nice in the water. We have to do something about those engines, though. I'm not going to fly at 50 meters per second for 250, 300 kilometers. That's going to be bonkers. Maybe it's the altitude. Let's get altitude and see what it does. I mean, it lands and takes off in the water like a champion. All right, fizz warp test is good. Nothing moved. if it's even gonna go fast enough to be able to get at Mitch altitude. And we're in 4X Fizz warp. We're still not even over 2,500 meters. Jeez. We gotta go see what other engine options we have, because this is...
Gross.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna go any faster. Alright, that's painful. We're gonna straight revert it. That's about all it's got, Scientic. We need to play with a little bit of, what do you call it? Yes.
Balls.
Yeah, we have the Continental and the Cat. Neither one of which are gonna do it. What's this one? Requires 100 units of liquid fuel per hour at maximum throttle. Well, good thing we got plenty. Where's the KO 550? I'm guessing it's not something we have unlocked yet. Oh, nope, it's that one. The Continental. Okay. All right, let's give these engines a shot and let's see what our performance is. I mean, this thing is pretty heavy. It's 7 tons. Flamefly is great, by the way. It just doesn't move. A severe kitten shortage. I still want to know if they even have plans to add aircraft to Kitten Space Agency. All right, let's see how these engines perform. Where are these activating in a pitch axis? This should be row only. Oh, we've already busted the speed record of the other one. Wow, we've really broken the speed record of the other one. I can still get a helicopter to go this fast, though. Shit, we might have to Juno it. Well, at least this one can climb higher, and it's almost twice as fast. Get some more altitude. It's got some flight time. Like, I mean, we're up to 3.5 hours of flight time. Who the hell wants to fly for 4 hours? At this speed. Yeah, we're up to almost 4.5 hours of flight time already. It's not really going to pick up any more speed, really. We're up to 188 knots. Could be worse. Man, look at those clouds, though, dude. Yeah, it's not going to break any speed or altitude records, that's for certain. We're likely going to break the engines. We can get it up to 293 knots in a 40-degree dive. It looks like a flying whale. It's hard to make a seaplane look good, man. It really is. I gotta fix that too. So you want to pull up? Thank you. Alright. Lands and takes off in the water just fine. I don't think we'll be using this for too long anyway, but it should get the job done from our picking up our suborbital flights. Right, that's what this is for. When we launch Kerbals on Mercury Redstone, we need something to come pick them up. I mean, I could try making a boat this early on, but that may even be less pleasant to go a long distance with. And we still wouldn't be able to bring back the capsule anyway, either. And this thing has loads of flight time. I guess if we fly really low down by the water and it looks like we're going faster. I wonder if somebody's made a mod for that. I mean, technically you can do it with the command chair and the parachute. Right, the parachute that they have, you just press P and it deploys the chute. And an engine of some sort. It probably really doesn't need this much fuel. This is a lot of fuel. But I wanted it to be able to fly far if we needed it to fly far. I mean, you couldn't ask it to be smoother on the runway. Is it a little strange looking? Yeah, tell me a seaplane that isn't. Alright, so let's make those final changes, and then we can... start our suborbital space flights. I think we do have scuba suits. We don't have glide suits, but we have scuba suits. In fact, we're gonna bring an engineer with a scuba suit on it for picking up our Kerbal. Or even better, we'll see if there's any civic duty. Splashdown ribbon for Valentina. All right, guys, give me a couple minutes. I gotta punch the bladder reset button and put the rest of my food away, and I'll be back momentarily. I'm back. Okay, so we have our crew recovery aircraft. That's where actually, yeah, I am too. Usually, if your landing gear too close together, it doesn't do well. Right, Kerbin's always weird when it comes to landing gear. I guess it has to do with just wheels in general and the Unity engine are strange. Even though there are other games that do it just fine. Anyway, we do need to build a crew tower. Though for our, well, crew tower and a crew vehicle. We need a bus. We need a short bus with a kid in a helmet glued to the back window like a gecko. Right, so we have our Mercury Redstone. We just don't have a way to get a crew and our crew member into it. Walkway, Mercury Atlas. Yeah, that's Mercury. Oh, crew elevator, Mercury Redstone. Or is it the other way? I-beams with a ladder attached? I've thought about it before. Alright, so that's clearly not for this one. Does this go up direct? I'm guessing it does. Alpha, I was just about to ask if you were here. Is there anything that goes with this, or does it just go all the way up against the rocket? that's just rude. It presses itself right up against it. Are there any other parts with your Mercury Redstone? That's it? Okay. Yeah, I kind of figured it was pretty basic. Alright, save it. And I realized we don't have any pilots available at the moment. But I need to make myself a pilot, so... Anyway. You did that intentionally? Yeah, it makes sense. I'm definitely a veteran, and I am definitely stupid. Courage level, probably somewhere in the middle. We'll go there. Alright. Rocket Kerbin. Veteran pilot. Alright. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and warp another day anyway for pad preparation. Oh, we need a crew van. Yeah, we'll leave it with the yellow stripe. Okay. They gotta represent with all the flaggery. Is that a word? Probably not. Bombay V, how we doing? Yep. Livery out the wazoo. That's better. That's what was missing. All right. Oh, comms. Always need comms. Anything else? Am I missing anything else? Oh, yeah. Ladder to get on the roof, just in case. Oh. Anything else? I think we're good, right? For a crew van. Okay, so who's gonna be the first Kerbal in space? I need it'll need to be a pilot. Alright, Chief is volunteered to drive, but who's gonna be the first Kerbal in space? Jeb or Valentina? Who do you guys vote for, Jeb or Valentina? Al? Val it is. Valentina will be the first Kerbal to go to space. Definitely does not need a parachute. Oh, we have navigation lights. Did not realize that. Yeah, for the future. Oh. Just because we like all of our lights. Yeah, see, we have scuba gear, water wings, and scuba gear. Those rocketologists who inadvertently sink Kerbals. These pair of water wings help Kerbal stay afloat. Are these deployable? Is that how these work? Well, I guess we'll find out. Alright, save it. Rover spawn. Lost it. There it is. Shit, the rocket's not out yet. We didn't put the rocket out because I had to build this vehicle real quick. Shit. It's alright, we'll swap over real fast and get the vehicle out. Usual setup, Valen or Jeb in space first, Val in orbit first. It's usually for me, it's either that or the other way around. This time, I guess it's gonna be the other way around. Maybe. Could be somebody else entirely, actually. Alright, crew van is out. How come I can't go to Space Center? If everybody's never seen this before, or how I play before, we always take the Kerbals out to the launch vehicle manually. I like the fluff, the pomp and circumstance of a rocket launch. Normally the rocket's already out before I bring out the crew. But yeah, we usually don't have the crew on the rocket from the VAB. It just seems so impersonal. Plus, you don't get to see the scale of your Kerbal compared to the rocket, because as your rockets scale up, they really get big. Let's make sure we have no runaways in here. All right. All right, plenty of snacks on board. Just make sure you turn the generators on if you're using Alpha Mense's launch pads when you do this. Otherwise, the rocket might not have any electrical power by the time you launch. All right, here we go. The lights are all doing weird things. Oh, well, it's just those doing weird things. I don't know if I like the yellow stripe. Hatch obstructed because of the flag. Are you serious? Are you serious? Oh, she's got a little water wings on. Haha. I know the vehicle's sliding down the ramp. See how awesome that is? All right, why is the EVA weird? IVA weird? Why is there 3 crew members in there? Uh-oh. The IVA is not working. Okay. I guess I should have gone with the short rails. All right. So now we can recover this. Oh, you mean the tier 0 pad, the baseline pad? Yeah, I already went ahead and upgraded it. Yeah, so I guess, yeah, this is tier 2. Alright, Chief got his landing on Kerbin ribbon. Let's fly! And we gotta remember, we gotta keep our angle pretty steep, otherwise we won't reach orbit. I mean, space. With this, we'll not reach orbit. Yeah, in the future, we might have to fly the plane out ahead of time, so it's like pre-positioned. She's not standing in here, is she? No, she's in a seat. Okay, it's just the IVA in this is messed up. World first milestones. We have performed a crew transfer near Kerbin. Okay. Valentina Kerbin is go for launch. Mercury is go. Redstone is go. We need a go, no go from chat. And chat is go. We are green board. In 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, meeting start, 2, 1, send it! And we have liftoff. Valentina Kerbin, first Kerbal to space. Mach 1, Valentina is supersonic. Alright, 1 minute into the flight. We're now 12 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 13 kilometers, and coming up a Mach 1.5. This is pretty much as far over as we can go if we still want to, if we actually want to hit space. And Miko. Alright, don't need that anymore, so we can get rid of it. Alright, 2 minutes into the flight. We are now 67 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 65 kilometers. Coasting our way up to space. And Valentina Kerbin has reached space. All right, Val, go ahead and get a crew report here. May as well extend the periscope. Oh, why are my reaction wheels on that high? All right, let's go ahead and separate from Redstone. All right, Val's on her own. I forgot I need to add an antenna to this. But that is all right. Wait, why do I have no control? We no longer have any control, and Valentina, I don't understand this. What's going on? Because Valentina is on board. But I have no control. No control is no bueno. Because that means no parachutes, no nothing. What happened to Val? Yeah, what happened to her portrait? Where is she? When did her portrait disappear? Trammel, Vala's going, wee! Yeah. What happened to her? Where'd she go?
Where'd who go?
Alright, I am going to revert this to launch. I wanted to see what the hell is going on, because the IVA is really weird. I don't know if that's the deal. And we also have free IVA, so the Kerbal actually has to sit, like, buckle in. And it didn't give me that option. Alright, so she's here. Why is she over here? Why is she over here? She wasn't on board the rocket. How the... No wonder the IVA was weird. Why didn't she board the rocket? Val, you weren't supposed to do that. Yeah, we boarded the elevator car instead of the rocket. No wonder the IVA... I was like, why? What's going on with the IVA here? Yeah, she stayed in the tower. Yeah, and who collected a crew report? Exactly. Alright, let's try this again. Except this time board the rocket instead of board the elevator. Hey, Kerbal. Yeah, she's boarding the elevator car again. Okay, but we can do this. Now that we know she's there, we can transfer crew. Alright, now she's on board. Now we have the right IVA. Okay. What is BDB alternate? Yep, or RPM, which is probably a little too advanced, but we'll roll with it. Now that we know that Valentina is actually on board the launch vehicle. And the antenna will have to go to the next flight. And now, actually, we might actually still have connection, because last time the antenna portion was because the automated guidance system is here, not here. Right? So we might still actually have some comms capability. Is now the Kerbin's on board? The correct item? Okay, so. Alright, Valentina Kerbin is actually go for launch this time. Mercury is go, Redstone is go, is Chat go for launch. Alright, Chat is go for launch. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, made it to start. 2, 1, send it. All right, the clock has started. Well, it started a while ago, but you know what I mean. Vehicle supersonic. We are 1 minute into the flight. We're now 12 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC, passing an altitude of 12 kilometers. All right, Valentina is hitting Mach 2. She's now the fastest Kerbal alive. Mach 2.5. And we have shut down. All right, we can get rid of that. All right, Valentina Kerbin. Mach 3.96, 397. And now starting to decelerate a little bit. So she nearly hit Mach 4. I still don't know who got that crew report. And Valentina Kerbin is in space. Alright, so now we can get a real crew report. It now seems very much like we're in deep space, or we're in space right now. The sky seems to be mostly below us. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and separate the vehicles here in 3, 2, 1. Alright, so we're gonna go ahead and deploy our flap. Alright, Valentina's gonna practice flipping the vessel over as we hit apoapsis of 120 kilometers altitude. Alright, we're gonna test the retro rockets at this time. Alright, retro rockets work. Alright, let's go ahead and eject the retro rocket pack and arm the drogue chute. Valentina falling back to Kerbin. Five and a half minutes since launch. We're 141 kilometers downrange from the KSC. And we have atmospheric interface. And we're coming down pretty steep. To be expected. You basically re-enter at the same angle you left. However, we did fire our retro rockets. Alright, falling through 40 kilometers altitude, 150 kilometers from the KSC. Approaching Mach 4. Alright, here comes the G's. Clinch. 5 G's. 6. 7 G's deceleration. 7.5 G's. It's about right for this steep of a re-entry. Alright, descending through 10 kilometers or 11 kilometers altitude. We're now subsonic. Alright, we have good drogue chute deployment. Alright, descending through 2,500 meters. Letting our drogue chute slow us down here, and switching to main. As we descend through 1,000 kilometers altitude. 162 kilometers downrange. Not as bad as I thought. I thought it would be closer to 300. So, that's not good. We don't want that to come to us. You know what that is, right? That's the rest of the rocket. And it's getting closer. It's now 8 kilometers away. All right, 300 kilometers up. Yeah, 160 kilometers won't be that bad in 4x phys warp. The rest of the rocket's 7 kilometers away. All right, we're 150 kilometers or 150 meters over the water. All right, landing bag is set. And splashdown. I don't know where that other rocket. I don't know where the rocket is. We used the booster pack, so it shouldn't hit us. That'd be funny as shit if it did. All right, if it's not down by now, it's not gonna hit us. Oh, nope. Okay, don't use that one. Use that one. Rescue me. Oh, we need to name the vehicle. Alright, rename this Mercury 1. Alright, back to the Space Center. So now we gotta fly out and pick up Valentina. I realized I probably should have put science experiments on our recovery aircraft as well, since we're going to be flying it to at least a couple of different biomes. Alright, world first milestone. We have performed a crew transfer near Kerbin and crossed the carbon line. Congratulations, the first Kerbal to go into space will be remembered forever. Now see if you can put a Kerbal into orbit. It's foggy. Before I came in here, I wanted to see about to see what other Kerbal types we have. Okay, so it's just normal Kerbals. Before we had other like civil service Kerbals, all that. Wonder why we don't have them this time. Interesting. All right. All right, let's get out of recovery plane. The Seagull. All right, crew. All right, Jeb and I are gonna fly. Bill hasn't done anything yet, so Bill's gonna sit in the back here, and Bill is gonna put on his scuba suit. MGB, what's going on, my friend? All right, and he's gonna put on his water wings. Oh, did I ever reset this? Nope. Let's fix that shit now. There, now that's fixed. Okay. Yeah, we forgot to put more stickers on this too. We can rectify that here real quick. Oh, it actually worked that time. And we'll turn the flag off on the door, actually. right, that'll work. All right, save it. Oh, we do have some aviation lights too. And just in case, we got to do a pickup at night. There. All right, now we're good to go. What's going on today, MGB? How you doing, man? How's MGB life? Yeah, and then for the seaplane, I decided that this career, we're doing full recovery from the get-go, which means the capsule just gonna have to stay out there for a while. Yep, and Bob is back there in his scuba suit. All right. Control surface check is all good. All right, let's go get our girl. NG, are you on the official list? Nice. I added myself in there as Rocket Kerbin, but I'm pretty sure there's a Rocket Kerbin in there too, but I don't think he has any relation to me. At least not that I know of. Let our speed come up as we keep climbing here. All right, and a fizz warp we go. Jimmy, it's so we can recover our Kerbal that just came back from space. We're doing full manual recovery from the get-go, so we had to, oops. We needed a way to go, get Kerbals out of the water. Really early on. Oh, by the way, once again, for anybody, I did upload my game data folder to Google Docs. The links are in the Twitch subscriber channel. And if you want any of the craft files, let me know. All right, but my entire game data folder is there, minus Blackrak's awesome volumetric clouds. You'll have to get that from his Patreon, which is also linked in there. All right, 18-minute flight divided by 4, so we got under 5 minutes of flight time. You can kind of use the Kerbal's parachute as a parafoil to an extent. Alright, so Cairo was having issues with that for whatever reason. I'm not sure why. When he tried to install my CCAN folder. Alright, so I have the Waterfall Core, obviously. Waterfall Restock. And Restock Waterfall Expansion. But for whatever reason, it kept throwing him out an error. To use restock with water with or trying to use waterfall with restock. For whatever reason, it kept throwing him out an error. It does kind of sound like a diesel engine on these, doesn't it? Right, so it's the Waterfall Core, Waterfall Restock, and Restock Waterfall Expansion. But then I'm also running Avalanche. Avalanche is basically Waterfall for SRBs. All right, 48 kilometers out. We can go ahead and start our descent. Do these have a thrust reverser? They do. Shit, I should have set that. That's all right. Yep, not certain. You can also just do the same thing. You can just grab my game data folder and just remove the ones you don't want. But it's just a CCAN config, so yeah, you can just select. It basically just pre-selects everything that I have selected, and you can just unselect. So it's your choice. But you can also add whatever ones you want as well. And if you're under across anything interesting, let me know. Well, then you've been missing out, brother. Not all mods can be, or you know, not all mod authors use CCAN, but I'd say 90% do, if not more. Right, and the CCAN team is already working on integrating it with Kitten Space Agency. CCAN just makes it so much easier, and the team that is managing CCAN now is so much better than a few teams ago. Like they had the original team, and then somebody else, the different team picked it up, and they were, and then the next team picked it up, and it was, and then I think the original team plus a few people, new people, came back on board and retook it over, and now it's. Branster, you didn't know they had that? Yeah. Alright, we are about 15 kilometers out. So I'm going to go ahead and kill Time Warp here. Go ahead and throttle down a little bit. Go ahead and open up the back here. Bill already knows he's about to get wet. Number one rule for it is strategic auto strutting. No, don't auto strut everything because it adds physics complexity to it. Right, and the goal is triangles. Grandparent is your friend. Grandparent auto strut is your friend. If you don't have auto strut, or you're not seeing the options, make sure you turn on the advanced options in your game settings, and or you need the strut part unlocked in a tech tree to get auto struts. Right, but sometimes you have to finagle and play with it in flight to see where it's at, because if you're going to fizz warp and your plane starts to go, that adds drag. Right, some of the parts won't automatically be, or won't be occluded anymore aerodynamically. I test mine specifically. When we build a new aircraft, that's why you always hear me, all right, here, now for the time warp, the fizz warp test. That's what I'm checking, is to see what moves and what doesn't. All right, flaps coming down. Rescue plane for the rescue plane. Maki exclamation point CHUM, por favor. are you doing? Okay. I need a water rudder. I think I set the action group wrong. I think I said it. I don't think I set it to reverse thrust toggle. I think it's just set reverse thrust. Bill? Bill, what are you doing, Bill? Sink, swim, neutral buoyancy. Okay, there you go, homie. You yeet it into the water. Oh wow, he can boogie with these fins on. Alright, you can get a surface sample while you're out here and an EVA report. Alright, take that data. Alright, how do I activate your floaties? Nope, not that inventory. How do I activate our floaties? Or are they automatic? Oh, there is a swimsuit? Okay. I guess I didn't look in the suits. This is cooler once you get robotic parts. Alright, Val's on board. Alright, Bill's back on board. Alright, we're gonna rename this Mercury 1. So we know to come back and get this at some point. Yeah, sure. All right, restart the engines. All right, then we're gonna fly back to the KSC, but I gotta push the bladder reset button first before we take off here. So hold that thought. I'll be right back. right, I'm back. Okay. All right, let's take off and fly back to the KSC. Yeah, and Jimmy, I don't know why that is, because I have them installed and I didn't have any errors, but everybody else. Now, you're the third person now that has said they're getting errors. I hate it when I feel like there's a bug crawling around inside your headphone. Alright, I don't think Bill likes flying very much. Alright, and let's fizz warp it. I'm having a cherry Coke this time. I like this little plane.
It's very nice.
It just doesn't fly very fast. Or knots. That's not too bad, actually. For a prop plane, that's not bad. Right, especially like early game. I doubt Junos would have us going that much faster. And that fog layer is thick. Alright, we've already flown over half the distance. Not so bad. Fizz warp helps a lot. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and start our descent. Doesn't fly very fast, doesn't fly very high, but it does enough. I mean, it's stable in 4x Fizz warp, which is very nice. Go ahead and bring it out of Fizz warp. Then start cutting the throttle. Gear down. All right, flaps coming down. That's really going to drop our speed. Also increases our lift, but plane has a really low stall speed. Even with all the fuel on board, it's got a really low stall speed. So this thing has like a 4.5 hour flight time. Possibly 5 if we boosted, flew up just a little bit higher. So it's like 4.5 to 5 hours of flight time, which is pretty good. Probably wouldn't want to fly this thing for 4.5, 5 hours, but you can. Yeah, it's a short wheelbase. This thing is actually pretty stable. I mean, it's got a very wide track. Right, for the main gear, it's a pretty wide track. Right, the main gear are pretty wide because I put them on the floats. All right, but we have brought back Valentina safe and sound from space. All right, let's go ahead and recover a vessel. All right, brought back 8.2 science. All right, Valentina got an EVA and Kerbin Waters ribbon, significant contract ribbon, G-Force 7 ribbon, and first Kerbal in space ribbon. Bill got a Research 1 ribbon, EVA and Kerbin Waters ribbon, Kerbin Surface EVA ribbon, and a Splashdown ribbon. All right, Jeb got a Splashdown ribbon, I got a Splashdown ribbon, and a Landing on Kerbin ribbon. I like Final Frontier. That's what gives you all the ribbons. All right, let's go ahead and time warp a couple of days. For cleanup, reset, all that stuff. Yeah, you can always look back and see, all right, who did what, when, where, why. Yeah, we're gonna go with the short rails this time. All right, so we're gonna go ahead and do a Mercury 2 mission. You know, I should probably double check contracts first and see if we have anything else to actually do. Suborbital wise, and get paid for it. Alright. Perform experience around the KSC. Yeah, we'll knock that out too. MX first surveys, they're too far away. And then we have to still do the photo reconnaissance. Not ready for that yet. Not ready for that yet. Not ready for that. Not ready for those. Yeah, not doing Minmus yet. Alright, no suborbital contracts. I feel like I'm missing the other gap contract pack. Yep, I am. I'm missing a contract pack. Shit. Actually, there's quite a few cool contract packs that I didn't notice before for whatever reason. All right, it doesn't want to install. I think it's because Kerbin's active. So yep, I'm gonna have to add the other contract pack to actually get air flight stuff. We probably wouldn't have that much yet anyway, but all right, but I want to do at least one more suborbital flight with Jeb. And then we'll have to start looking at doing the Mercury Atlas program. For crewed space flight. We still have some other stuff though to do. We still have some more Vanguard launches to do and some more, yeah, more Vanguard launches to do. More science. All right, let's put this out on the pad. All right. Get that generator going. All right, let's go ahead and bring out Jeb. I do hope with Kitten Space Agency that you have the option to be able to do stuff like that, like immersion stuff like this. Because in my opinion, it adds a lot to the experience. All right, let's get out the crew van. Oh, and yeah, these got to get resized. And moved. Yeah, I just tried to control C. All right, save that. I like the black stripe better than I do the yellow. Jeb, you can't drive. You're the one going to space right now. All right, but Mr. J Speed can drive them. Wait, Izzy, I thought there was a swimsuit. I go through. Oh, okay. Deep sea diving future suit. Oh, there we go. A vintage diving suit. That's pretty cool. I like it. Jeez, there are a lot of suits. I saw that diving suit too. It's pretty cool. The cycle portrait over. I cycled through and saw it. I was just cycling through all of them. And I'm not using it for, I mean, for the next, when we go to pick up Jeb, they'll wear a diving suit. Why is my encoder all of a sudden overloaded? It was doing fine until right now. And J-Speed driving across the grass, bro. Yeah, but that should have nothing to do with the encoder. The encoder is a separate part of the GPU. This thing is pulling hard to the left. That's what she said. Alright, it's EVA Jeb. Put your helmet on, Jeb. Visor down. We gotta make sure he boards the rocket, not the elevator box. I think I have the elevator coming up too high. Yep, he's in the elevator box. But at least now we know. Alright, roll back the tower. Let's go ahead and recover the crew van. Yeah, as I said, ideally you would have a second streaming PC. I had one, but as I said, I had to give it to my sister because her PC took a shit. Her motherboard fried. And it's a pre-built Alienware. And so there's no real way to just swap motherboards. That's right, that PC was also getting really old. It was over 10 years old. Alright, landing on Kerbin ribbon. Or J speed. Oh, yeah, so rollback limit. I have to fix that in the future, but I don't know how many more times we'll be flying this thing suborbital. Jebediah Kerman is go, guidance is go, Mercury is go, Redstone is go. We need a go, no go from chat. And chat is go. We are go for launch in 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4. Main engine start. 2, 1. Send it. We have liftoff. The clock has started. Jeb is having the time of his life. Mach 1, Jeb is supersonic. And shut down. All right, we can get rid of that. Jeb, any crew report here to get? From up Ratmo? Nope. All right, Jeb is now approaching 80 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Enjoying that view out the window. And Jebediah Kerman is the second Kerbal to reach space. All right, we're gonna go ahead and separate from redstone at this time. Jeb is gonna go ahead and flip the capsule over. All right, and activate the retro rockets here in 3, 2, 1. All right, good retro burn test. All right, go ahead and jettison those at this time. We don't need them anymore. All right, drag flap is open. Yeah, did a little bit of a adjustment there. All right, we're 142 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. Jeb is back in the atmosphere. I did the retro burn a little bit different this time. Let's see if it alleviates such a steep fall through the atmosphere. Or you know, like that really intense G's, which they actually did. The Mercury capsule did do a lot of G's because of the suborbital trajectory. All right, Jeb falling through 41 kilometers altitude, 160 kilometers downrange distance from the KSC. And Jeb is still accelerating, coming up on Mach 4. Just shy of Mach 4, Mach 3.99. All right, and here comes the G's, 5.5, 6, 6.5, 6.9 G's. Jeb peaked at 6.9 Gs. All right, descending through 10 kilometers altitude, we're 172 kilometers downrange distance. So we're a little bit further out, further downrange this time. All right, descending through 8 kilometers. You're now below the cloud layer. All right, we have good drogue chute deployment. All right, we have full drogue chute deploy. All right, drogue chute jettison and main chute deploy. And we have a full chute. Look at that sky, dude. That's just ridiculous. All right, and we have a splashdown. Alright. Let's, hold on. That was supposed to be... Not that. It's supposed to be that. Here. Alright, back to the Space Center. Now we gotta fly out and come get Jeb. How you doing, Dio? I keep forgetting I gotta train myself to keep looking at YouTube chat. I'm not used to doing it yet. Alright, so now we have sent 2 Kerbals to space. Just not orbit yet. So now we're going to be... We need to do some other launches for science. Some Vanguard launches. And then we can move on to the Atlas Mercury program. Alright, let's bust out the Seagull. Alright, Valentina is going to fly this time. I'll be our co-pilot, and Chief is going to be the scuba diver this flight. Alright, so let's find Chief. The Obile diving vintage suit. For Chief Engineer. Alright, let's go get our boy. We actually have quite a bit of science to spend. I haven't spent it because it'll unlock things that I'm not ready to have unlocked just yet. And I'm not used to having, a whole bunch of extra science early in the game. I'm normally scrounging for every scrap I can get. All right, Mercury 2 is the destination. Yep, and there's Chief in his diving suit with his flippers. Wait, does that have a helmet? Out of curiosity. Yep, it does, but we're not gonna use it at the moment because it gets really weird. Because it'll be clipped into the roof. Alright, Fizz, warp it right out of the gate. Gotta get some use out of this plane. And we do Mercury Atlas, and we're really gonna have to figure out where to do the re-entry burn so that we land in this stretch of water. Right between the coastline and about 150 kilometers out would be ideal. I like this plane. Sometimes it's just all about the simple stuff. I mean, it's a fairly simple airplane. And we've done quite a bit today. We did our high altitude flights, did 2 suborbital flights. We're now doing our second recovery. And we still need to do our other spy satellite contract. Yeah, once we have a full Atlas Agena, we might be able to put up a ComSat in geostationary orbit. And eventually we'll have better aircraft for this, and we'll actually be able to pick up the capsules as well. But I'd like to be able to know where we need to do our re-entry burn, so that we land off the coast, but closer to the KSC than what these flights are. Crap. I knew I forgot to do something. I forgot to set that action group again in the editor. And we want to toggle thrust reverser, not activate or set reverse thrust. We want to toggle it. We're almost ready to start our descent. I'll go ahead and start descending a little bit. Yep, and these kind of got tweaked. From the fizz warp. So see, MGB, I didn't have these set correctly, so they torqued, which is why we keep turning. Alright, flying past Mercury 1. And you don't want to ever aim directly at your target, because you'll likely hit it. Alright, flaps coming down. Are we accelerating moving forward? We're at 0 throttle. All right. All right, Chief is in the water. Go ahead and get another surface sample. In Navy Airport. Did we not bring those back last time? Alright, Jeb is out of the vehicle. Swimming very slowly to the airplane. Swimming very slowly to the airplane.
Swimming very slowly to the airplane. Still swimming slowly to the airplane.
All right, Jeb is back safely on board. All right, Chief. It's because I'm really curious. Can't sink. There he goes. Oh, I like the little diver icon on the back of his helmet. Oh, he's even got a visor. All right, and he is back on board. By the way, the scuba diving suit is from MGB. It's a mod called Sunkworks. All right, everybody's back on board. Time to fly him home. Let that speed come up some more. All right, and fizz warp it. Yeah, sink and swim. It's hard to click on them when it's bobbing up and down. I just realized something. I totally missed a very good a funny opportunity, because previously it was Bob that was in the water. Make your own jokes from there. And is YouTube really that far behind? So I'm looking at the YouTube Studio preview, and we still haven't even taken off in this plane yet. We're just now on the runway doing pre-flight check. I didn't realize we were up that high. Is it only a couple seconds behind? Okay. Yeah, because on my preview, we haven't even taken off of this plane yet from the runway. I'm not sure how it's so far behind, but... I gotta get used to all the YouTube stuff. Yeah, Twitch is definitely better for streaming. Live streaming. Look at these clouds that we're rolling up on. I just realized that Black hadn't released his volumetric clouds the last time that we played 1/4 real scale, so it's a real treat seeing him this way, because this is just insane. Look at that cloud formation over there. Dude, I thought the clouds looked good. I mean, these clouds look good at stock scale. There's something about 1/4 real scale that just makes these so much better. Oh my god. mean, that is just insane. And the right Tough X profile. Huh. There we go. Oh, yeah. Alright, we gotta start descending. Alright, time to come on a time warp. Hard to make really fine input control changes when you're in 4x phys warp. Alright. Feels like we're flying super duper slow. Part of it's the scale. It makes it seem like we're flying slower than we actually are, because everything is bigger, right? But I mean, we're flying at 222 knots, right? But it feels like I could get the oars out and start paddling and increase speed. Alright, I'm gonna go ahead and throttle back. Alright, gear coming down. Alright, flaps. And we're down. Oh, very nice. All right, we're down, and Jeb is home safe and sound. All right, let's go ahead and recover. And we still brought back 17.6 science. Oh, that's because we brought back the science from surface sample and all that. All right, Valentina got a Research 3 ribbon. I got a Research 1 ribbon. Jeb got an EVA and Kerbin Waters ribbon. A G-Force 6 ribbon. A Mach 1 ribbon. And a Kerbin Surface EVA ribbon. He should have already had the Mach 1 ribbon. All right, Chief got a Research 1 ribbon, EVA and Kerbin Waters ribbons, Kerbin Surface EVA ribbon, and a Splashdown ribbon. All right, let's go ahead and time warp a couple of days for cleanup. That is not the building I meant to come into. Let's come into this one. All right, and we're gonna go ahead and unlock general rocketry. And this is where the Atlas parts are. $343 for everything that's in there. That is a lot. Advanced rocketry takes us into Titan territory, which I don't want just yet. Which is why I haven't unlocked survivability. Survivability gives us Gemini. So Gemini Titan, not ready for that yet. Alright, but I am thinking about subsonic flight and aerodynamics. And then, of course, landing. Actually, it's landing, advanced landing. So this is the issue I have, right? The landing gear we need are way the shit up here for airplane parts that we're going to unlock back here. So I'd be able to build a plane, just wouldn't be able to land it. This would give us better propeller engines for a helicopter. Believe it or not, that plane does not fly much slower than it. Or well, we could get a helicopter depending on how I do it. If I do the counter rotating blade or the twin rotor with the pusher prop, we'll be able to fly twice as fast. And all I need is this node. I need subsonic flight, wings, and good to go. Is it advanced flight control? Yeah, subsonic flight. I think I'm gonna go ahead and unlock. Alright, so now we actually have like the Weasley jet engine access. We can make our, a private jet type of thing. Alright, let's go and unlock Wings 4. Wow, why is that so expensive? Because of those, 36,000 for those. Wing parts. Alright, and those. We don't need these just yet. Unlock them as needed. Alright, but boys and girls, ladies and gentlemen, Rocketeers all, I think that is gonna do it for me today. 6.5 hours of Kerbal is a lot of Kerbal. But that, I think, is... we're gonna call it a day. Alright, so I want to thank everybody coming and hanging out with me today. You guys are awesome. Seriously, much appreciated. Should be back tomorrow. If you are new here, if you have not done so already on Twitch, please hit that follow button. If you are on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. And if you are on Twitch, please consider subscribing to support the channel if you're not already done so. Every little bit helps. Ad break? Seriously? Every flipping time. Alright, all my yabbering just went out the window, so I gotta repeat myself. Alright, everybody's back. Maki, what do you mean by a more suitable node? What do you mean? Oh, I see what you're saying. In a tech tree, the problem is you have to do it every part individually. You have to tell each part individually where to put it. So could you write a module manager pack to move it? Yes. However, yeah, it wouldn't install before because the Kerbal was already up and running. Okay. Had to double check. Yeah, because Maki, I was thinking about it, but there's so many things I'd want to move. And then I'm like, man, that would be quite the undertaking. Because look, you see how many parts we have? And every one of those has to be, you'd have to adjust every one. Not all of them need to be adjusted, but quite a few would need to be adjusted. And I was just like, don't really want to do it. All right, but once again, if you are new here, if you are on Twitch, please hit that follow button if you have not done so already, and consider subscribing to support the channel. If you are on YouTube, please hit that subscribe button. And someday, hopefully, we'll be able to monetize that. But until then, I just gotta suck it up. And nuke that from orbit. All right. All right, well, once again, that is going to do it for me today. Thank you, everyone, for coming and hanging out, and I will see you guys next time, which is tomorrow, most likely. All right, but tomorrow might be a shorter stream, because I'm also going to be smoking some taco meat. All right, we're going to do a long smoke on some
Taco meat.
All right. You guys have a great morning, great night, great afternoon, great news, Roy B. And yeah, stay safe and shoot somebody in the face.